Hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. Hello, Aninja. How are you doing? And yeah, welcome to another game dev stream. So, off stream, I've been busy trying to set up Flux integration for my test Kubernetes cluster and GitLab. I think it's working. But yeah, we need to play with it a little bit more and fine tune it a little bit. So, one sec, where is my Obsidian? There it is. Okay, so first thing is I noticed a problem with our liquid-based setup. So this, what's wrong with this thing? Docker is not running. Okay. So, yeah, previously I made it work that we had 4 different databases, but they were sharing the same changelog table. But it looks like the newer version of Liquidbase doesn't support that. So I changed to the CSV changelog file. The problem is it's not good. I need to actually make it a changelog table to be able to apply migrations later. I'm using this image only for development though, so it shouldn't be a big deal, but still I want to make it robust. So yeah, so this is just Liquidbase utility plus the migrate script and wait for it script. This one is the migrated database. So I had an idea, pretty sure we can do that. So we can try to create a changelog file, like a combined changelog file that will include all these 4 databases. Even though in production they're meant to be completely separate, for development purposes we can combine them. So let's copy this changelog into here. Let's call it changelog underscore combined, so we don't confuse between the two. And what? Contain, not contain it. Okay. Yeah, we need to reference our 4 changelogs. And then in the Docker file, we can just use that combined changelog combined. So only cd into the SQL directory, then do changelog combined offline. Don't remember how it was. Let me take a look. So I need something, some old version like we have in production, for example, right now. Tree SQL. Wait, this is wrong. Changelog file. I think it's output liquibase SQL. Should be true. This one outputs the liquibase SQL thing. Wait, and we don't need 4 of those. We just need 1. So Ymirheim combined SQL. So is that how it was? Offline Postgres, version 17.4, output liquibase true, and changelog file, database changelog CSV. Yeah, looks like that's what we need. Also, this thing, liquibase-all, probably we don't even need that. First, let me start my Docker. So probably this thing can just execute liquibase against the combined version. Okay. So let's try to do that. So to execute this, yeah, we need liquibase. Let's rename it to combined. And changelog dash combined. Also, we need the properties to be in the SQL. So this is, let's comment that one out. Wait, what was the command? Oh, yeah. Something like that. Maybe. So let's see if that works. liquibase combined update SQL. Okay, so it captured the... No, wait. Update SQL. No changes to execute databases up to date. So it's either didn't find the changes in the changelog file or it executed those properly. So let's try to execute the update. We should see the actual amount. Yeah, total change sets 115. Okay, so this looks like it works. It executes actually everything, judging by the number of transactions. Not transactions, but change sets. Okay. Actually, why don't we set the changelog file in the properties? Changelog combined, and here, changelog combined, and we get rid of liquibase combined batch file. And let's document here for all 4 databases only meant to be used in the dev environment. So let's also duplicate that here and in the combined. Warning, this is a combined changelog file for our database only meant to be used in the dev environment. Okay. Now I'm curious, what would be the actual change set data? So let's create a fresh database. Wait, this is MySQL. I need the Postgres. So let's create a database. Ymirheim underscore test. Owner Ymirheim. And let's set it here. So also let's open the proper terminal. So liquibase update SQL. Okay, so it's gonna execute something. Okay, let's let it do its work. Okay, now I can see clearly, yeah, it actually uses the correct change logs. So if we take a look at the test now, we have all the tables, login, login log, vault, vault log, and then the change log. Yes, all of that is good. So this is what I wanted to have in the test database. So, yeah, let's revert to the main database that I was using. Let's drop this one. Test, yes. Let's try to update. 115. Okay, run 0. Okay, good. Looks good. So, okay, we have Liquibase combined with all these things. Docker file. Okay, this is just for the Liquibase itself. Properties file. Good. Migrate. This migrate script actually loops through all the databases in the database name. That's good. It's supposed to be only a single database name per database. But okay. Postgres migrated. That uses the combined thing. Oh, by the way, do we have installed the latest version of Liquibase? We need to install Java, download the latest version of GDBC driver. This is not needed anymore, those are bundled. Let's change this to this. Copy Liquibase properties this to Liquibase properties file and fill in with your settings. You may also want to do that for each individual database folder if you want to execute their migrations separately. Execute Liquibase update to create and remigrate all database schemas to the latest version. And we don't have the script anymore. Okay. Okay, this should be good. We can commit that. So we have this file. We deleted that file. Have new properties this file. And we changed our Docker file. This also should execute much quicker. Like it should build the image much quicker. Because Liquibase startup time is huge because it's a Java application. And we did that 4 times. Now I just do it 1 time, even though the combined set of changes is the same. The time should be much less. Okay, so this is combined 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂 changelog file that includes all 4 databases. Okay, let's push that and hope that it builds. So we have that. So yeah, upstream, I managed to actually implement the Helm build command. It was actually pretty easy. I'm just using Alpine Helm image instead of the recommended one by the GitLab. I'm using the plugin Helm Push from the Chart Museum. And yeah, it just pushes the thing to the repository, and it actually works great. And I also implemented one more thing. Probably need to update the README a little bit, but this is an actual, wait, I need to make it bigger. Settings, workspace. Was it 24? Yeah, 24. Yeah. So, I actually implemented Flux in my cluster. So now I can describe all the infrastructure, and it will keep it the same. And it actually works, surprisingly. But one sec. Where was that script file? Okay, so right now I'm connected to my test cluster. What does it say? Oh, this is for nodes. For the pods, yeah. My test server was running for 25 hours already. And yeah, it looks fine. It looks totally fine. But I wanted to test a few things. So first of all, where do we start even? So we should have a new 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂 image, right? The combined 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂 thing. So let's deploy that for the test DB. And the way we're gonna do that is in here, in test DB, we can override the tag, right? Wait, I think I already have it. Yeah, test DB image tag. So I separated the 3 image tags that I'm using into separate files. And the idea is I should be able to automatically modify those with CI/CD. This is something I was planning to implement today. But first I want to test. Let's fetch everything. Now, looks like I also need to add a gitignore file. Right. Right, maybe I can copy this one and just delete whatever I don't need. And this is not relevant. Resharper, that's never relevant anymore. Okay. So we can add gitignore and yeah, I wanted to update the image for the test DB. So that thing should get recreated even though everything else should be the same. We should have the new image with all the tables, theoretically. So, testdb image tag. Let's do test database version update. Let's push that. Wait. What was my Flux commands? Flux get customization. Okay. BC. Yeah, so it already processed that one, the gitignore thing. But yeah, shouldn't have done anything. So let's push now this thing and watch for the customization. Oh, it's already on the new one. What? That was quick. That was really quick. Although the test DB didn't get restarted. Interesting. Flux describe customization apps. What was it? kubectl describe customization apps in namespace Flux system. Okay, so configuration created, the previous one deleted, reconciliation finished, but it didn't deploy the Helm chart. So it did update the config map, but this config map is used by this customization. So this config map did get updated, but values patch Helm release didn't get updated. Why? So I was using this repository as a reference. Or maybe, no, this repository doesn't contain an example with values defined in separate files in the config maps. So I did use the docs for this, I guess. Can I make it dark? No? Well. But okay, let's see. Helm releases. Values from. Values from is an optional list to refer to config map and secret resources from which to take values. The values are merged in the order given, with the later values overwritten earlier, and then inline values overwritten those. When target path is set, it will overwrite everything before including inline values. An item on the list offers the following subkeys: kind, config map, I guess, name, values key optional, the data key, where the values YAML or a specific value can be found, defaults to values YAML when omitted. Target path optional, the YAML.notation path at which the value should be merged. Optional, whenever this reference is optional. Target path supports the same formatting as you would supply an argument to the Helm binary using setPathValue. In addition to this, the referenced value can contain the same value formats. You can read more about the available, For JSON strings, the limitations are the same as using Helm, and require you to escape the full JSON string. But okay, it didn't react to the config map being updated. That's my main problem. It didn't redeploy the Helm chart. What was the resource again? Oh my god. Let's take a look in the Explorer. Custom. Wait, Helm releases. There you go, there you go. So it didn't trigger the Helm chart redeployment. Wait, I need... user supplied values, computed values, game data, testDB. Yeah, this is an old one. That's not the latest one. So Flux didn't issue a new Helm release. Why? I thought that this... Wait, where is it? I thought that this customized config was responsible for that. Where did they get it from? Customize config. Ah, I used this guide. Yeah. Refer to values in config maps generated with customize. It's possible to use customize config map generator to trigger a Helm release update every time the encoded values change. So yeah. So we generate these config map files. Then in the values patch, I'm using those config maps, right? First create a customize config.yaml for customize to be able to patch config maps referenced in Helm release manifests. So this is exactly what I did. Create a Helm release definition that references a config map. It's here. Helm release values from config map. Create a customization YAML that generates the config map using the customize config. Configurations. And customize controller reconciles the above manifests. It will generate a unique name for the config map every time my values content is updated in Git. How do I describe it? Debug, maybe? GitLab agent. All namespaces. That's yesterday. Wait, testdb enabled without an actual image. Did I forget to include it? Oh my god, I did. I did forget to include values, app image, game data image. I forgot to include testdb image. There we go. That's our problem. I picked the only image that I misconfigured as my test example, but I'm glad I did that. Okay, test database image tag values file reference fixed. Now let's take a look. Okay, so testdb just got recreated. That's good. So kubectl logs of this thing, not lofa, logs. Did it execute my file? I actually didn't see it. Oh wait, it's right there. All those changes, those are right here. Yeah, Ymirheim combined. That just got executed. Good. Okay. So that works, but I need to actually test that it will update it if I actually change the tag. So maybe instead of changing testDB now, maybe I can change game data. Now, change the game data should actually recreate the servers. Actually, let's test that. Will it recreate all the servers? Because I don't think that I want it to. The problem is it's already the latest version. Okay, let's modify game data somehow. Let's modify the README. Test change. Okay, so that's gonna be this. Right, it's ready. Let's now push this. Version changed. So yeah, the servers are now at 25 hours uptime. So let's push that and watch. Yeah, they are being recreated. So everything that depends on the game data now being recreated from scratch. Stateful sets are being recreated sequentially. But okay, testDB is still the same, right? Everything else, including the gateway servers, even though the gateway servers don't technically need the game data, but it's still referenced to them. So yeah, all of that gets recreated. But the testDB is still running. Okay. Well, good thing is it works. The problem though is I don't like that it does that automatically. Although technically this is exactly what it should do. It's just in my previous setup, I could update game data manually, and it would just update the image tag without restarting anything. And then I could update the server and then restart the server. But now this thing actually does all of that automatically. Not sure if I like this. Okay. I want to see what happens if I update this DB. So again, we need to issue test change. Oh, actually, I can now remove this file and I need it. Because I basically recreated it inside the Flux repository. these are the values that I'm actually using, except the references to the image tags, which are in separate files, just so I can update them very easily from external CI/CD repository. Action, not repository. So let's push that. We will have a new version available for Ymirheim server. And now, so it does the game data, it recreates everything. Okay. Now I want to test the test DB. So let's take a look. Yeah, so the test DB uptime is 7 minutes, almost 8 minutes. Everything else is 3 minutes, 4 minutes already. So let's take a look. Sometimes recreating, that's our test DB. Okay, perfect. It works instantly. That's nice. So the test database just gets recreated while everything else stays the same. I want to take a look what login server is saying about that. Probably it doesn't say anything because I don't output the SQL logs. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about the database, although it should like reconnect to it automatically. So, actually let me test if it's actually doing that. 1 sec. Yeah, it actually works. So yeah, that's not the problem, not a problem for the server. That's really good, really good. So that means that when we update app image data, test DB data, it automatically recreates it. It issues a new deployment. Okay. Oh, and I wanted to check what the Docker build's saying about the database build. About the combined liquid-base changelog file. Executed successfully. Okay. Yeah, it's working totally fine. And it took it how much time? 33 seconds. 33 seconds. "22 seconds. Actually, it didn't affect the building time at all. Okay, maybe I was a little bit too biased about the Java applications. Okay, so let me take a look. So we did merge the liquid base changelog file. We made sure that updating the image tag does the deployment. That's good. App image, I don't think I tested that. Let's take a look real quick. We can just take the same version that we just deployed for the database. Wait. I've just created a new version here. Why did I do that? I think I wanted... No, I actually did. Yeah, so this is the version that I deployed. So yeah, I did just test the testDB deployment and it was good. Yes, 5 minutes ago. So now we can try to do the same for the app image, make sure that it catches the file update. Yeah, now it's recreating everything. That's good. So yeah, it issues a new Helm release automatically based on the changes in the Git. So that's awesome. I like Flux so far, although it's a little bit less controllable than I would like. I mean, it's nice that it does all of that automatically. I'm used to a completely different release process. This is gonna be new to me. But okay. I found a bug with this file, that's good. So, that works, this works, this works. So now, I wanted to try and actually create a CI job or action or however it's called in GitLab, and I don't care, that actually creates a new release. So instead of using SSH to create a release in the old versions, let's move those there. Instead of all of that, we need to work now with Flux. So to do that, let's do deploy Kubernetes. Let's actually use the cluster name. I need to change the name. But okay, deploy that. Stage. Deploy manual. Environment. Yeah, not sure if I'm gonna use that. Let's copy and comment it out, because I now have environments inside the Flux repo. Only master branch and the script. So this Not sure what's the default image for GitLab, but why don't we just try and clone the repository? Then we will echo something into which file? App and testdb. But okay, that's gonna be, can I copy the path? Copy relative path? Yes. So apps, Ymirheim Kubernetes, Ymirheim server, values image tag, and the structure is going to be where's the here commit SHA. No, should theoretically work like that. Let's do cat of that thing. Probably not gonna be probably not gonna be able to do that because I'm not gonna have access to that. I will need to configure that somehow. We'll see. But we do that. We do git commit -am. App and testdb image tag updated to something, updated to this. And git push. So we're probably gonna have a lot of weird stuff going on in this job, but we'll take it one by one. First of all, probably I'm not gonna have the git command there, but that's okay. Then I'm probably not gonna be able to clone the repository. That's okay. And this may not work. Okay, let's deal with that one by one. First, let's see what are the actual problems. Deploy command, deploy CI command. Let's take a look. Okay, deploy. Let's see what it says. It actually uses Debian, but that's fine. Now, Git is not there. So it uses Debian latest by default. Wait. GitLab had something like, relatively recently they released something like triggering pipelines from other projects. From another project. Downstream pipelines. What is that? Okay, so it's in free. A downstream pipeline is any GitLab CI/CD pipeline triggered by another pipeline. Downstream pipelines run independently and concurrently to the upstream pipeline that triggered them. A parent-child pipeline is a downstream pipeline that triggered in the same project as the first pipeline. Multi-project pipeline is a downstream pipeline triggered in a different project than the first. You can sometimes use parent-child pipelines and multi-project pipelines for similar purposes, but there are key differences. A pipeline hierarchy can contain up to 1,000, sure. So I need the multi-project pipelines. A pipeline in one project can trigger downstream pipelines in another project called multi-project pipelines. The user triggering the upstream pipeline must be able to start pipelines in the downstream project, otherwise the downstream pipeline fails to start. Okay. Multi-project pipeline. This is actually not good. So what I want to achieve with this is actually not having the manual deploy process, but automatic deploy process. When I commit something to master, it should deploy automatically to my test cluster, not the production one, but into my test cluster so I can test immediately. That should be able, it should be, actually, maybe that's good. So let's say if I theoretically have another person on the team that has access to the Ymirheim server project. When they push something to master, they're not going to trigger the pipeline automatically. I would have to do that. Maybe that's okay, especially considering that that code runs on a server, on my server. Multi-project pipelines are triggered from another project's pipeline, but the upstream triggering pipeline does not have much control over the downstream pipeline. However, it can choose the ref of the downstream pipeline and pass CI/CD variables. Perfect. This is exactly what I need. I need to trigger a pipeline with a specific variable. Affect the overall status of the ref of the project it runs in and does not affect the status of the triggering pipeline. What? Are not automatically cancelled in the downstream project when using interruptible if a new pipeline arises. Yeah, okay. Are visible in the downstream project's pipeline list. Perfect. Are independent, so there are no nesting limits. If you are a public project to trigger downstream pipeline in another project, make sure there are no confidentiality problems. The upstream project's pipeline page always displays the name of the downstream project, the status of the pipeline. Okay. Trigger downstream pipeline from a job in the file. Multi-project. Okay. Okay. So that means that I need to create a job in this project. Let's do that. Let's copy this file over here. We don't need that. Stage is going to be deploy. So actually, maybe here I can use the environment. So I don't need to git clone now. Can just output. So yeah, I need to define a variable variables predefined, defining the UI. I need to be able to define a variable when I trigger it. So when I am issuing a new pipeline, variables is an inputs to control pipeline behavior, offers improved security and flexibility, updating your pipelines to use inputs instead. Inputs. Pipeline inputs. Can I specify an input for the downstream things? Pass inputs to downstream pipeline. There we go. So trigger, wait. Trigger Ymirheim administration, this thing. Inputs. How are we gonna call it? App. Wait, how do they mask it? Inputs. Oh. Right. Inputs. input dash AT like job dash stage. Header. Header keywords. Okay. So it's like this. Yeah, I've never used this. I was using a pretty old version of this. Hello, though. So, what do we need? We need app image tag. Right. App image tag. Default, I don't know. Mandatory if default is not specified. Okay, then we're not gonna define the default. Evaluated and populated in the configuration. Okay, and we're gonna use them like that, right? Wait, this is not the one. App image tag. Okay. So what are the fields that we need? Default, description, options, regex, type. The value for the app image tag value of the Ymirheim server Helm chart. Environment. Can I do the environment 1 sec? That's not the project. Why is it called Ymirheim server? Because the Helm release is called like that. Well, right, at least I'm gonna tie a job to an environment. We don't care about the branch here. Actually, no, let's only do that on master. Manual. So this, update. Ymirheim server app image tag. Do I need to specify the inputs? Wait. I think I need to make it in a different way. Like only if we have that. And let's not commit and push right now. Let's just output whatever we do. So this needs to be optional. Right. Also have rules. So maybe I can create one pipeline. Wait. Maybe I can create one pipeline with different jobs to update the files, and then another job that will push the change. No. I don't know. Also, I want to see if I can change the default image. Yeah, I can. Okay. So let's see what it will do. Can I just execute git status? So, why is this incorrect type? Expected one of number null, boolean null, array null. Interesting. I think it's a mistake. Maybe now. Wait, test. Test. Interesting. String is not acceptable. Let's try that. So yeah, let's try to do that. So we will have two stages, update and deploy. This one gonna be update this thing with a rule without an environment, without master, just a rule if this thing not equals empty string. Then we update that. Let's not do cat. Let's not do status there. We just update the image. We just update the file. Now here, update Ymirheim server app game data image. We do the same for this game data. Then we do the same for testDB. And then we will have deploy. Now that one is gonna be manual. Manual only master environment this. Let's see what happens. Rules, don't care. Let's do cat of all three files. And they get status. Let's see what happens. And it's failed. Invalid interpolation access pattern. What? I think this is my problem. Okay. Okay, so it's skipped. Just because these things were not set. Yeah, I do need a Docker image. What Docker image can I use with a Git? Or maybe I can use a service. Or Docker Git. Do I have a tag like this? Interesting. So we can use a docker dash version dash git. One sec. Let me bring back my default image. Actually, I can set it by default. So let's do what? 28. So let's do a docker -git. And let's see if that works. Rerun. Denied. Ah, crap. I made a typo. 1 sec. Wait, what? Ah, doesn't exist anymore. It did have 19-git. Ah. Which image can I use? I don't want, I mean, I could just use a Debian image and execute just apt get install git. But I don't want to. I want an image that is already there. Let's see. Docker.com. Like, is there a version with some kind of dev tools with a git already installed? No. Do we have anything git related? Alpine. I think I'm gonna use this. Alpine git. So first, let me revert back the default image. Revert back to a Debian. Because Docker git doesn't exist anymore. Then here, so this is going to be fine. This is going to be executed on Debian. And this is going to be image alpine git. But I also need it to be executed through the dependency. What are the tags? Probably I just need a service. Let's do that. Let's just add a service. Alpine get called get. Latest. Because this one is going to have an entry point get 100% sure. So we can just use it as a service. Let's try that. Add a link to an unrunning container. Wait, what? Isn't Docker image for Alpine Git latest? Pulling Docker image Debian latest. Isn't Debian latest with doing just this? Where environment terror response from Debian cannot link non-running container. What? Okay, I don't know. Image Git latest. Maybe service just doesn't work. Yeah, this one doesn't work because it actually executes Git. Okay, I see. So probably I don't need this service, I just need, but I don't know. Isn't software provided by a service image? You specify service. This provides network accessible services. A database with the simplest service feature does not add any software for undefined services images to the jobs container. For example, commands are not available in your script. If you need to have available for your script, you should either choose an existing Docker image that contains all required tools, create your own Docker image. Okay, so services are useless in this case for me. So I guess, services are not something that I need. Instead, let's do image. This should work. So now I'm gonna run inside the Alpine Git. Should execute bash. Let's see if that works. So it should output these 3 files. Okay, it did. Git status had detached. Okay. Can I do git pull? Also, I want to try and create a new pipeline. Now I have test. Okay. Okay, I'm not currently on a branch. Okay, detached had A60. Yeah, we have that. But why is it detached? Interesting. Checking out as detached. Ref is master. Does it say anything about that in the docs? Merge request pipelines. Okay, so the thing is, this pipeline runs on a specific tag, not on a branch. Which makes sense. Here's a problem. I need to be on a branch to make some changes to the code and then push them. So if I do a checkout, no, checkout master. Can I just do that? Then git pull. Not gonna push anything for now. Am I doing this correctly? I don't think so. Maybe, I don't know. Do they have anything about Flux? They do have anything about Flux. It's just use GitOps. Custom webhooks. Yeah. Hello, Kurisawa. Working examples. Scaling pattern, project overview locations. What? Version update and strategies. Automatic way monitoring container registry. Now, manual trigger without merge requests. To manually update versions without merge requests during the manual pipeline, set next version to use to a valid image tag for the mentioned registry. What? Automatic way calling child pipelines from app project strong coupling. To use a parent pipeline trigger, link the trigger to update manifests.gitlab CI/YML, and be sure to pass the following variables: CD strategy, service name, image name to monitor, version update, next version. This is less scalable and more tightly coupled, so it should only be done when one or more of the following describe and are applicable. There is only one for very few subscribing environment deployment projects per app project. This is GitOps. This is something weird, but okay. Like, I'm just looking to ways to trigger the new update. So basically I need to modify specific files from external images. But okay. I don't think this will actually work, because I just realized that the data is not shared between the jobs. They're completely isolated. So I need to create something more universal. Yeah, I need something more universal. Because yeah, I did run a pipeline with one value set. It did output the correct thing, but it was not picked up by the second thing, the second job. So this job doesn't have the app image that I specified. Okay, so I would have to actually do that in Bash. In one job, I guess. But okay. Let's test this. So if I just add checkout, get checkout master, will that work? Yes, it did checkout master. Okay. So now I need to update all of that in a single process. Okay, let's copy that, and that. Then what do I need? I need to add a condition. So this needs to go away, unfortunately. And this. So I just saw a check somewhere, like bash check. It's just I don't remember the syntax. Okay, let's do that. Bash check if empty string. Okay, Should be straightforward. So if then minus n this thing, and inside we put the variable. Let's see if that works. So image tag, game data tag, game data image, testdb image. And then we will output all of these. Execute. I think I know. I need to do this stupid thing. Wait, switch to branch master. There is no tracking information about the current branch. Okay, but okay, it should be good. So none of these ran. That's good. Let me double check that this is exactly what I need. So app image tag, game data image tag, testdb image tag. Okay. So I have that. Now I need to figure out the git part. And also I need to try to run a new pipeline. Test 111. And see if the app image tag gets updated. Yes. So that portion, this portion works. Now we need to figure out git. So, first of all, what's the latest app version we have for the Ymirheim server? 6.9 something. Is that the latest one? No. Okay, good. So we can use that. Now, So what we're gonna do, git checkout origin / master. Then we're gonna do git commit. Deployment via GitLab CI git push origin / master. Let's try this. Can I define multiple conditions for the inputs roles? Can check if variable both defined and not empty by using this expression. So variable expressions in rules if expect a comparison of a CI/CD variable to a string, otherwise a variety of syntax error could be returned. You must ensure that expressions remain properly formatted after input values are inserted into the configuration. Additional quote characters. In this example, branch is valid. Branch main is invalid. Yes. Okay. Okay. I want multiple ifs with an or. Okay. Would that work? Okay, let's test this. Config key. Wait. Config key may not be used with the roles only. The hell? Config key. There is no config key. Bah. Only, I guess. Yes. This is incorrect. Hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. So now if this... So if commit ref name equals master, and this... Okay. Author identity unknown. Oh my god. So yeah, I guess I need to configure the username and password. I don't know. Nothing to commit. Okay, good. Good. So we have something. Now, can I take my Ymirheim server, put it in the CI pipeline, new pipeline, app image tag, create, run. This is not correct, by the way. Fatal, you're currently on a branch. You're not currently on a branch. I did check out. Okay, I can see something different. So let's take a look here. So here I found another example. This is where I copied this thing from, but git add commit push git library. Oh, okay. Head to main, head to master, I guess. And CI skip, I don't care. So we're gonna use the origin that it was used by this repository. Okay, nothing to commit. Then we take this thing, new pipeline, app image tag, run. Okay, now I have unable to access. That's good. Okay, we are slowly progressing. So now, yeah, I guess we need set up the remote like they do. Lab access token. Path to project, right. Actually, this should be inside an access token. Yeah, this is not correct. So I need the project path I underscore application repository. Repository of container image. CI project ID. Can you tell me your default built-in variables? This is stupid. This is stupid. This is what I was looking for. CI repository URL. Okay. This will include the token. Okay, perfect. So we just do this. CI repository URL, GitLab origin. Then we push to GitLab origin. Let's also do it here. So we put that, we output what we do. We specify username and email. Add custom origin, commit, and push. Why does it have to be so complicated? You're not allowed to push code to this project. Awesome. Pull path to git clone. Merge request pipelines. This variable is available before GitLab creates the pipeline. These variables can how can I commit properly? So let's read this thing. Nowadays, there is a much cleaner ways to solve this without using SSH, using a project scoped access token. So see this answer. This is not a link to an answer. This is a link to a question. But okay. In the GitLab project, create a project scope access token that is linked to the project, not to an individual. Next, store this token. Yeah, I guess I can do that. Yeah, I cannot use side job token to push commits. Can only pull. Yeah, I guess there is no way except creating a separate token. Job token permissions. Oh, I can configure it. Oh, nice. So where do I go? Settings CI/CD. Settings CI/CD. Job token permissions. Wait, what? In the permissions section. I don't see a permissions section. Expand job token permissions. Yes. So what do I have? Authorized groups and project. Select the groups and project authorized to use CI/CD job token to authenticate requests. Sure. Token allow list, group or project. Sure. Authentication lock. The limit access from this project is deprecated. Limit access from this project. I don't see it. From GitLab 17.2 on, you can now allow your CI/CD job token to push to its repository. You do not longer have to maintain an entire account or an access token for that purpose. It is disabled by default, but you can enable it when needed. Looks like it got deleted again. In GitLab 7.2 and later minor releases, this feature is hidden behind the feature flag. You have to enable allow push repository for job token to make the option available in the UI. Currently, this is estimated that this feature will be coming now. It did not become available in 17.6 because I'm running 17.11. It's still open. Why is it missed? Due to potential infinite loop when we allow projects to push to the same project. We're working on a fix for that. Yeah, I understand this. I mean, okay, I understand that it is possible to create an infinite loop, sure. If this fails, then I will have an infinite loop. But so what did they do? We're working on a fix for that, and it is expected to be released on 18.0. Okay, how do I enable a feature flag? No. I need a GitLab feature flag. GitLab runner feature flag. Wait. Interesting. Where is this thing? Where is this thing? Okay, all feature flags. So this is what? Do I set it on a runner or what? What? You know what? I'm probably gonna just create a token. I don't care anymore. I don't want to deal with these feature flags. Okay, so project scope access token. Set in its access tokens. Sure. New token. Token name. CI get right. No. CI, yeah. Get right. Okay, so I created a personal repository. Now I need to push it, project access token. Now I need to add it to the stupid variables. Variable, all environments, masked. And then protected branches. Don't expand. So this is gonna be CI get right token. Okay, we created that. Then where is it? Not repository URL. I need to do it like that. Git remote add. Now this thing should be in the predefined variables. This is repository URL, but I need something like a portion of this. Do any of these guys have an example? I don't want to hard code it. Project path. Okay, is this server host? Okay, project path is this portion. Now I need, the host. and port just in case. No, probably I don't need that. Let's try this. I don't know. And it worked. No way. No way it worked. It actually worked. And it recreated the servers. Okay, so it just deployed my new version. Okay, then can I try to do this? Potentially this will end up in an infinite loop, but this shouldn't be empty string, this shouldn't be empty string, and this shouldn't... No. Wait, this was correct. So if image tag is not an empty string, this is not an empty string, and this is not an empty string, we should run it. Let's see what it's gonna do. I'm scared a little bit. But okay. Let's see what's gonna happen. It's failed. So this check fails actually. How do I do this? Wait, what is this? Oh, job needs. Like, I just need to run the pipeline when any of the three inputs supplied. How do I do this? GitLab CI rules if input is set. Pipeline is not a merge request, the first rule doesn't match, and the second rule is evaluated. So those are ORs. Aha. Crap. How do I set it to be? Well, aha. So if it's not master, we set whenever. If yeah. So if it is, if all of these are empty, it's also gonna be never. So let's see. Rules. When to run the job. Success default. Okay. Don't run the job regardless of the status. Okay. Let's see again here. What do we have? You can define a set of rules to exclude jobs in a few cases, but run them in all other cases. If the pipeline of a merge request of the job is not added to the pipeline, the pipeline is for a merge request, the job is not added to the pipeline. If a pipeline is scheduled pipeline, the job is not added. In all other cases, the job is added to the pipeline. Here we go. I needed this thing. Okay, so nothing was created automatically. Now if I do, where is my testDB? So let's see. Test database uptime is 121 minutes. When we run the pipeline, it's running. It just, what? Ah, the pipeline is fixed now. Okay, so now if we pull this, we have that. Okay. And our test database was just reset half a minute ago. Okay, perfect. So this actually works. Now I can run a pipeline, and if any of these inputs are set, then it will create a new release. This is awesome. Okay, now, how do I trigger this from here? Trigger, inputs, app image tag is gonna be this, and testDB image tag also gonna get updated. Yeah, to this. We get rid of that. Okay. Let's commit that. And see if that works. A triggered job. Okay, so the server is building right now. Come on. It's still building. Why is it so slow? Okay. Now, should be able to trigger this, run. Might not display on the graph. It just did a deploy. So the new hash, new tag is C0977. So if we check out this thing, didn't work. What? Probably. Yeah, it's broken now. What is this? 476. Is that... Where does this value come from? This is not the latest release. This is not the latest release. That's a previous... Oh my god. So how do I expand this? So this didn't get expanded. It gets executed on there. So how do I expand this thing? So this is downstream whatever. Downstream pipelines, multi-project. Where did they get this one? Inputs. Pass inputs. Pass CSD variables to a downstream pipeline. You can pass CSD variables to a downstream pipeline with a few different methods based where the variable is created or defined. Pass YAML defined. No. Pass a predefined variable. How do I pass a predefined variable as an input? Pass inputs to a downstream. Define input parameters in the target configuration file using that. Target pipeline. Yes, we have that. Then provide values when triggering the pipeline. Inputs are recommended for pipeline configuration instead of variables as they offer improved security and flexibility. I'm gonna try something. Not sure if that will do anything. How can I expand an environment variable that's available within this file and pass it as an input to there? 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂. It's not working again. Stupid thing. GitLab downstream pipeline input environment variable. This doesn't work. When was this closed? For a month ago. Why is this not working? I don't understand this. Trigger inputs. Let's try to find, I don't know, here, trigger. Trigger project. Trigger project. This trigger inputs to set inputs for a multi-project pipeline when the downstream pipeline configuration uses spec inputs. Perfect. How can I expand this value? You stupid thing. Use include to declare that job is a trigger job, which starts a child pipeline. Cannot manually specify CI/CD variables before running manual trigger job. CI/CD variables defined in a top-level variables section globally or in the trigger job are forwarded to the downstream pipeline as trigger variables. Pipeline variables are not passed to downstream pipelines by default. Forwarded to that. Job-only variables are not available in trigger job. Environment variables defined in the runner's config are not available in trigger jobs. Why every time when I'm working with something infrastructure related, it feels like I'm fighting every possible piece of the infrastructure to make them work together? Like every single time. Like all I want to do is just trigger a pipeline with specific inputs and put values of those inputs from environment variables. Why the hell is this so hard to do? But okay, I noticed something here. Trigger. CI/CD variables defined in a top-level variables section globally or in the trigger jobs are forwarded to the downstream pipeline as trigger variables. Pipeline variables are not passed to downstream by default. So, what if I define a variable trigger project commit SHA equals, oh wait, equals this thing. And then I use that and I do forward, trigger forward, specify what to forward to the downstream pipeline. You can control what is forwarded to both parent-child variable pipelines or multi-project. YAML pipeline variables. Hell? When true variables defined in the trigger job are passed to downstream. Default variables. So this is child. Child, oh my god. Forward pipeline variables, var and my var. Where is my var? Run this pipeline manually with my var. No. YAML variables, true by default. Ah, okay. So this should be working theoretically, maybe, I don't know. Let's just test. I'm so annoyed by this thing. Also, I need to wait for the project to build. Okay. The project is built. So the commit is B005, right? Finally. Okay, that works. This is so stupid. I can't even. So when you pass an input to a trigger project, it doesn't expand this value. It passes that as a literal. I tried specifying that just with a $sign. I tried enclosing that in double quotes. I tried this thing. Doesn't work. And the thing is, when you pass in the environment variable like this into there, the child project will evaluate that. So when I passed ci commit SHA like this, it was not passing the commit of this parent project, but it was using the commit of the child project. So a workaround for this is so stupid. You create a variable, you set some custom name, and then you can pass the value for it, set the value for it from your environment variables for this job, this current job. Then you pass this literal to the target project, and also your variables defined in a job also get passed. So then the child job evaluates this literal to a variable that gets evaluated to the commit SHA of the parent project. Okay. Why? But okay. At least that works. Like right now, my latest commit to the Ymirheim server is B005. If we check out this thing, it changed it to B005. Stupid thing, but it works. It works. And if we check out our cluster, it's now running. Finally. Finally. Okay. I can't believe that it's so hard to trigger a Flux deployment from CI. It's ridiculous. So I had to, first of all, solve a problem to create a new commit from the CI job. I had to figure out how to pass the correct inputs. Again, it was not working properly. I had to do some workarounds. These ifs are also very confusing, but okay, it works. So it only runs on master. It only runs when you supply an app image tag or game data image tag or testdb image tag. Good. I forgot that they also need to do that for the game data repository. Let's close all of this. Data local GitLab CI. I need to do something similar to that. But instead of this, I do game data image tag, and it will deploy it. But it also restart. That's okay. That's okay. By the way, yeah, let's close all of this. I don't care about this documentation. I don't care about this. I don't care about this anymore. Flux. Yeah, I needed the Flux documentation. And can I create a commit that Flux will ignore? Is that possible? Wait. No, this is... interesting. Like, can I mark a commit in a way that it doesn't do the deployment? What is this? No. Source controller, Git repositories. If anything, it should be somewhere here. Interval, timeout, reference. Verification. Shell field to enable the verification and the git commit signatures. Now, ignore. Specify the rules in the git ignore pattern format, path matching the defined rules excluded while archiving. What? Unspecified, ignore overrides the default exclusion list. May overrule the source, ignore file exclusions. So like it's when certain files are changed, I can ignore that. Well, yeah, that can work. Suspend is an optional field to suspend the reconciliation of a Git repository. When set to true, the controller will stop reconciliating the Git repository, and changes to the resource or in the Git repository will not result in a new artifact. When the field is set to false or removed, it will resume. Like, can I suspend on condition? Proxy secret include excluding files, triggering reconcile. To manually tell the source controller to reconcile a Git repository outside a specified interval window, Git repository can be announced. Let's see. Waiting for ready. Suspending and resuming. When you find yourself in a situation where you temporarily want to pause the reconciliation of a Git repository, you can suspend it using the suspend field. When a Git repository has an artifact and is suspended, and this artifact later disappears from the storage due to source controller pod being evicted from a node, it will not be reflected in the Git repository status until it is resumed. Yeah, I guess I can't. It makes sense, but it's just I need to find a way to do this nicely. So let's say I've just added this thing, right? Actually, I didn't commit that yet. Let's do that. What? What happened? I guess the line engine, yeah, got messed up. Okay. So let's say I create a new release on the game data, which it just did right now. Game data pipelines. So it's building. And now I can do deploy to my Kubernetes cluster. The problem is, what it's gonna do is it's going to change the value in here in the game data image tag, which will trigger the Helm release. And it will restart all the servers. Maybe I can find something in the Helm charts. Reconcile strategy. Is an optional field to specify what enables the creation of a new artifact, valid values, a chart version, and revision. No, I need Helm release. Or wait. Yeah, Helm release. Helm container, Helm releases. But wait. This is also something that I wanted to do. Valid values a chart version and revision. Chart version is used for creating a new artifact when the chart version changes in the Helm repository. Revision is used for creating a new artifact when the source revision changed in Git repository or a bucket source. It defaults to chart version. If the reconcile strategy is chart version and the source reference is Git repository, no new chart artifact is produced and updates. To produce a new chart artifact to change in source revision, set the strategy to revision. So I already tested this. So when I push the Helm chart, so when I do a commit to my Ymirheim server project, it builds the Helm chart, and it pushes that to the Helm chart repository. But it doesn't trigger any deployments because I need to change the version, I guess, the chart version, to trigger that. And this Helm release, the interval of check-in is 50 minutes. Okay, I need to test that. So if I increment the version of a chart, will it redeploy? Probably it will. Okay, let's see. I want to deploy game data. So the current version is 0.45F. Triggering the deploy. There we go. It now restarts everything. So yeah, 0.45F should be now the game data version. How do I check that? Well, we can just take a look in the repository. Yeah. I don't know, to be honest. But okay. That's the Helm charts. I wanted to take a look at Helm releases. What do we have here? Interval timeout chart. Drift detection, what the hell is that? Okay, I figure out that the values install configuration. Use running Helm install action. Replace optional. Its defaults to false. Instruct the Helm to reuse the release name, but only if that name is deleted release which remains in the history. Disable hooks. Prevent chart hooks from running during the installation of the chart. Install remediation. As an optional field to configure the remediation strategy to when the installation of a chart fails. Retries. Ignore test failures. Remediate last failure. Upgrade configuration is an optional field to specify the configuration of the controller to use when running a Helm upgrade action. Roll back and install. What is drift detection? To enable the detection and correction of cluster state drift compared to the manifest of the Helm storage. When drift detection mode is set to warn or enabled, and the desired state of the Helm release is in sync with the Helm release object in the storage, the controller will compare the manifest from the Helm storage with the current state of the cluster using side by side try run apply. If this comparison detects a drift, either due to a resource being created or modified during the dry run, the controller will emit a Kubernetes event with short summary of the detected changes. In addition, a more extensive JSON path summary is logged. Okay. Oh yeah, we can ignore the replicas. Wait. So what if I put... Now this is a drift detection. I had an idea that maybe we can put the game data tag here, but no, this is not possible. Suspend is an optional field to suspend the reconciliation of a Helm release. When set to true, the controller will stop reconciliating the Helm release, and changes to the source of the Helm chart will not result in a new Helm release. When the field is set to false or removed, it will resume. Forcing a release. To instruct the Helm controller to forcefully perform a Helm install or upgrade without making changes to the spec, it can be annotated with this. Theoretically, flux reconcile Helm release. So if I where was it? Suspend is optional field to suspend the reconciliation of a Helm release. When set to true, the controller will stop reconciling the Helm release, and changes to the source resource or the Helm chart will not result in a new Helm release. When a field is set to false or removed, it will resume. I can probably run in the suspended mode, maybe, and do a manual release, forcing a release. Updating the resource forces a one-off Helm installer upgrade if the arbitrary value difference from the last value the controller acted on. And I can actually suspend the Helm release. And resume it. So, theoretically, what I could do is I could suspend the Helm release of my game server, deploy any changes that I want, and then resume it. Setting field to false is the same as removing. Or I could probably suspend everything. I don't know. So yeah, I have the Ymirheim server Helm chart release. Let's try that. Let's try that. So if I do, where the hell am I? Flag suspend Helm release, Ymirheim server minus namespace default suspended. So now we get our pods. They've been running for 10 minutes. Let's commit something to the game data. So that's change. Doesn't matter. We just change in README real quick. Okay. So the pipeline is running. Come on, why is it so slow? Okay, it's done. Now we issue a release, which will create a commit. Okay, so let's take a look here. Wait. What am I doing? Yeah. So I have a new release here, but the containers are still running. Now we do resume Helm release, Ymirheim server, namespace default. Waiting for Helm release reconciliation. What's going on? Completed. It just restarted everything. Okay. So that could be an option, theoretically. It's not exactly what I needed. So ideally what I want is to set the game data version, new game data version, but it should be only used during the next deployment of the server. I don't know, to be honest. This is confusing. So my previous release process was, let's say I released a new game data version. I deployed that to every server, but only just as a value in the config file, in the environment file, and I pulled the image. I didn't do anything to actually restore the servers or whatever. The only effect it does is the next time when the server is started, it's going to use that game data. Can I do that somehow? Like right now, this game data is set as an init container. So technically, yeah, when this container starts, the init container pulls the values, stuff like that. Can I tell a Helm chart to ignore init containers? That's not the Helm chart's job, to be honest. That's the actual deployment or stateful set. Let's take a look. So when a spec of a init container changes, can I ignore, like, wait, restart policy? No, pods. So a pod can have multiple containers running apps within it, but it also can have one or more init containers, which are run before the app containers are started. Init containers are exactly like regular containers, except init containers always run to completion. Each init container must complete successfully before the next one starts. If a pod's init container fails, the kubelet repeatedly restarts that init container until it succeeds. However, if a pod has restart policy of never, and an init container fails during the startup of a pod, Kubernetes treats the overall pod as failed. To specify an init container for a pod, that init container filled into the pod specification as an array of container items similar to app containers, filled and its contents. The status of the init containers is returned in status, differences. Init containers support all the fields and features of app containers, including resource limits, volumes, and security settings. However, the resource requests and limits for an init container are handled differently. Regular init containers do not support the lifecycle liveness probe. I specify multiple init containers for a pod, kubelet runs each one sequentially. Okay. Init containers run and complete their task before the main application container starts. Unlike sidecar containers, what are those? Init containers are not continuously running alongside the main container. Init containers run to completion sequentially. The main container does not start until all the init containers have successfully completed. Like, changes to the init container spec are limited to the container image field. Directly altering the image field of an init container does not restart the pod. Wait, directly altering the image field of an init container does not restart the pod or trigger its recreation. If the pod has yet to start, the change may have an effect on how the pod boots up. So, changes to the init container spec are limited to the container image field. Directly altering the image field of an init container does not restart the pod or trigger its recreation. But I'm observing a different effect. When I change an init container image, it restarts the pod. For a pod template, you can typically change any field for an init container. The impact of making the change depends on where the pod template is used. Okay. So they're talking about the container image directly. But yeah, I am using pod template because init containers can be restarted, retried, or re-executed. Init container code should be in the patent. In particular, code that writes to an empty dir volume should be prepared for the responsibility that, init containers have all So where is it defined that the init container of a stateful set recreates the whole pod, basically? Because this is what happens in my case. So let's see again. For a pod template, you can typically change any field for an init container. The impact of making the change depends on where the pod template is used. Can you elaborate on that? As well as application containers, pod can contain init containers that run during pod startup. You can also inject ephemeral containers for debugging a running pod. Pod updates may not change fields other than containers image, init containers image, active deadline seconds, tolerations. Interesting. Changes to the init container spec are limited to the container image field. Directly altering the image field of an init container does not restart the pod or trigger its recreation. So why does it happen in my case? Can I debug this somehow? So it issues a new release. Can I see the changes of that release or something? So game data image got changed, right? Wait, this is a different image. No, actually it is the same. D43D, yeah. Computed values. Okay. X manifest. I can compare the manifests, yes. So let's take a look. Manifest. Whoa. Okay, copy that. Put it here. This one. Let's do the same. Manifest. Yeah, game data image changed. Game data. Game data. Yeah, this is the only change. Interesting. So the only thing that changed is the init container image. Like literally. But yeah, this sentence, for a pod template, you can typically change any field of an init container. The impact of making the change depends on where the pod template is used. Like, can you elaborate on that, please? Let's see. Changing init container image restarts the container. User updates pod spec causing the init container image to change. Where did they find it? Init container. There's nothing like that anymore. Pod can restart causing re-execution of init containers for the following reasons. The pod infrastructure container is restarted. This is common and will have to be done by someone with root access to nodes. All containers in pod are terminated while restart policy is set to always for any restart, and the init container completion record has been lost due to garbage collection. The pod will not be restarted when the init container image is changed. It does. Or the init container completion record has been lost due to garbage collection. This applies for Kubernetes 20 and later. If you're using an earlier version of Kubernetes console, like, how would updating the pod spec cause the init container image to change unless explicitly changed? Part of the documentation gives a list of reasons for restarts of the init container, and one of them, the user changing the init container image. The point of this bullet point is not make clear change. The app container does not cause restart of the init container. Directly altering the field, the image field, the init container does not restart the pod or trigger its recreation. But the only field is the image field that gets changed, and it causes the container to be recreated. Why? Wish that was the case for me. Pods are not restarted when changing the init container's image. User updates the pod specification causing the init container image to change, and it changes to the init container image, restores the pod. It's not there anymore. It says the pod will not be restarted when the init container image is changed, or the init container completion record has been updated. The init container image, we didn't get any changes to these pods. Init containers are not re-executed. Does this mean that changing the image name of the init container does not restart the pod because it works for me? Well, so what the hell is going on? Why are my init container specifications? This is the only changes. Like only the init containers get changed, and this causes the application to restart. Why? Helm is not the problem here. Flux is not the problem as well. It's the Kubernetes itself. Helm supplies this manifest to Kubernetes. The labels don't get changed at all. So instance managed by name, all of that stays the same. So not even labels. Only the init container image gets changed, and that causes the pod to restart. I can dig a little bit. 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙀 get pod. Let's take a look at, I don't know, this one. Why did it get restarted? Container image app already, no wait. Pull an image of game data. Successfully pull the image. Creating container. I need earlier events. Oh, I guess. So, which image? 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙀. 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙀, yes, this one. Created container, started container. Container image already present. Created container. Successfully assigned to node. Created container, created container. So yeah, this is all those. Wait, I can probably start looking at events older than 24 minutes. So 36, 36, 24, killing, stop and container. Why? Stop and container, delete pod successful. Stop and container. Why does it delete pods? I don't understand. Maybe that's the restart policy of a stateful set or something. So I have an idea that stateful set recreates the pod. Yeah, I think it's just the stateful set recreates the whole pod because the spec of the init container changed. And I don't know if it's even possible to avoid. But okay, I don't even know what I'm doing. Like, in ideal world, I would like the game data deployment to not restart the whole server. So when I change the game data like I did here to a new revision, it shouldn't restart or recreate the pods, but it does that. Probably because of a stateful set. Maybe I can just create an issue here, because it's impossible to find something useful on GitHub issues. Maybe somebody could help me with that. So maybe I can create just an issue with a question like why stateful_set recreates pods if they need container image changes. But I would have to do some more tests before doing that. Like, would that work if I would use deployments? Would changing an init container image in a deployment make the thing get recreated? I don't know. But okay. Anyway, this is the situation that it is doing right now. There are ways to avoid this. Like, I could manually update both of the versions and do the deployment. But yeah, there's more problems to that. Like, again, if we get back to our deployment process, the way it works right now is, for example, I issue maintenance on the server, which brings the vault offline, and it disconnects all the players after a certain amount of time. So then I can do any maintenance I want. And at that point, I'm usually just stopping all the servers in specific order. Now I don't need any order for that. I can just stop everything. Even before issuing the maintenance, I have all the images built, and I have all the new versions deployed to all the servers, so then when the server restarts next time, it picks up all the changes. But okay, so the servers are down. I can do any maintenance on the database, for example, manually. When I'm done, I'm just starting all the servers again. They pick up the new versions. They start those new versions. Here with this thing, I would have to have a completely different process. Not sure if it's good or not. So let's say that we forget about the game data for now. We only think about the app. So what I can do is I can just push one button. It will update the app image tag and make a commit in this repository. This is what we did today. And that triggers Flux to update the cluster. It will actually create a new Helm release automatically, which is awesome. And during that Helm release, it will restart every single component of the server. The problem is it's not controlled. So like I cannot disable access from the outside to the server while this is going on. Like players could connect to not completely updated server. I mean, it's still probably going to be offline, but it's just the uncertainty of this state is what bothering me. Also, if I would want to do some manual maintenance, I need to figure out how to just stop the server. How can I stop a server? Maybe I can set the replica count to 0. Maybe. I don't know. So many questions. I need to figure all that out. At this point, I'm not even sure that Flux is actually a good way for me. Because, yeah, I would like to, bring the server offline completely, shut down all the instances. Then do some maintenance, deploy some new versions, and then start it back up. I don't think I have an option to do that with Flux. With Flux, I can probably go here in apps, customization. And maybe disable this thing. Prone weight. If this gets disabled and deployed, that will uninstall the Helm release completely. Which is probably not what I want. I just want to scale everything down, which means that we can probably actually do that in Helm release. We have this drift detection, right? And we can ignore the replicas, not replicas, but it's called, yeah, replicas. So we can probably actually use this thing, except we say stateful set instead of deployment. We ignore the replicas. Actually, let me see. What if I... Can I modify... Wait, what? Oh. Can I modify workload, stateful sets, transient zone, 1? Can I edit this right here? I mean, I can do that through the console, but I would like to... Wait, why don't I even see the replicas? Replica count. Maybe it's the default value so it doesn't show. But what if I do right in the spec replicas 2? Can I save it? I changed transient to transient 1. I don't know if it worked. Oh, wait. Yeah, it's not what I needed to do here. These replicas to 3. Can I save it and... No, it's not working like that. Okay, so that means stateful set there we go. Stateful set replicas. So this would be this thing, right? Replicas 3. 3 out of 2. Okay. It doesn't change, right? Flux, help. Can I force reconciliation? Flux, reconcile. All. Customization. Apps. Still 3. So it is ignoring the replica count. So if I do scale replicas to 0, I do can I do all? Oops. Not found. Well, yeah, maybe I can just specify like all of that, scale all of those to 0. Yeah, pods are disappearing. So that could be my way of shutting down the server manually, doing some maintenance that I want, deploying any changes. So that would be enough actually for me. So all the zones, for example, all the zones and all the vault server are gone, right? I scale those down. Flux, reconcile, Helm release, all. Helm release, Ymirheim server, namespace default. Why does it default to Flux system? Yeah, it does ignore replicas field. Right. It does ignore that. But wait. I'm curious now, what if I deploy the new testdb version? Pipelines, new pipeline, testdb, new pipeline. Crap, it's the latest version. Okay, let's pick the previous version. So we deploy the previous version of the testDB. Crap, it does reconcile everything. Huh, interesting. So looks like drift detection is not working by default. Is an optional field to enable the detection and correction of cluster state drift compared to the manifest from the Helm storage. When drift amount is set to warn or enabled in the desired state of Helm. Ah, I see. The controller will attempt to correct the drift by creating and patching the resource based on the server side try run apply result. Yeah, all the pods are recreated now. I see. Well, one way of fixing this actually. No. I don't know. I would need to figure that out. And I have no idea. But okay, at least we created this automatic revision update, and it actually works. But yeah, there's a little bit more complexity to that just because of the way my application is designed. Like one way of fixing this would be to actually not having the game data set like that, but actually having that game data to be a submodule, which would make sure that every version of the server is tied to a specific version of game data. And they deploy in one go without any init container. We wouldn't even need an init container for that. Like right now, I'm having that just because I wanted the game data to be completely separate. So you put the game data into like certain place in the data folder, and then you start the server. But we can't completely get rid of that. Maybe. That would mean that we only would need to update one thing in our Kubernetes cluster, which is the server itself. Maybe. Not sure if I like that though. That would mean if I just need the change in the game data, I would have to check out that revision inside the server repository, commit it to the server repository. Like if I just need to, for example, release a new translation set, I would need to commit the new translations to the game data repository like I'm doing right now. And right now, all I need to do is to deploy that to the server. Well, not translations. Translations are not being used by the server. But let's say I change one thing, like a price of an item. Again, bad example because that's both on the client and server side. I don't know, like I fix a bug with item effects, let's say. All I need to do is commit that to the game data repository into the release branch, and then click the button to deploy that to the server and restart the servers. Here, well, here it would be the same technically. Like, I commit that to the repository, click the button to update this repository, and then Flux restarts the servers automatically. But if I need to release both the new server and the new game data, then that's a problem. Because when I push the release button on the game data, that will deploy the new game data, it will restart the servers. So if the servers were in the maintenance mode, they will be restarted in normal mode now. So theoretically the users could start connecting. Then I would deploy the server code changes. Also, another thing is the server code at that point would be still the old code, and it would probably, like, there could be changes in the game data structure, so the servers could start crashing or something, but that may be actually good, because yeah, they're not going to become operational until we deploy the new version of the server. So when we deploy the new version of the server, that triggers another update. So if somebody got connected to the servers in between these two deployments, they will be disconnected. I don't know. Another thing is I can just pause Flux completely, right? Yeah, I can. Where was it? Have resume. Where is the pause? Suspend. Like, I can suspend the customization of the or Helm release of the Ymirheim server, push those changes, and then resume it. Let's try to do that. So right now everything's running. Right now I want to issue a new game data. Let's see. So test change of the game data. And I want a new release of the Ymirheim server as well. Again, something like a test change. We push that. So now where is my game data again? I don't have it. Okay, so I have new release of the server, new release of the game data. So right now nothing happens. I didn't push the button to deploy. Still running, 9 minutes. So what I can do is Flux suspend Helm release Ymirheim server in the namespace default suspended. So now I push game data. So that runs for 10 minutes. This thing should have an update. So yeah, game data got updated. Nothing changed. Then I do Ymirheim server update. It got updated. 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙀, yes. And this 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙀, yes. So all the new versions are in the repository. It didn't update anything. Now we do resume. We do the resume. Come on. And it restarts everything. Okay. I think that would be our deployment strategy. Like if we want a manual deployment strategy like that, let me write that down in the README. What is that? Huh. That's something that I manually saved. What's wrong with this one? Oh, just errors, I guess. Yeah. I guess when I tried to save the stateful set, it just saved the YAML in the project root. Okay, so let's see, do we have any commits? No. Okay, good. So that means, where is my README? README. Simultaneous upgrade of the game data and Ymirheim server. So what do we need to do? We need to pause, suspend, then do the deployments, update the image tags one by one, and then we resume. Like that. This triggers only a single restart. Okay, that could be an option. And also I discovered that scaling works and it doesn't affect the thing. So what I could do is I could do this. right? This is how they're called. Yeah. Oh. World asker. Yes. Zone asker persistent. Oh my god. Downs. Transient. So, shut down the world. This doesn't trigger a reconciliation, a flux reconciliation. The stateful sets will be scaled back up during the next Helm release, though. Okay. So we discovered that we could do that and that. So that would give me more control, right? Actually, not sure if I even need that. Like, yeah, pushing a button to update the how it's called, the tag is nice. But I could also just manually update the tags. It's not a big deal. It was a big deal in my current setup because I had to update the tag on every single server. Like connect via an SSH, go to the directory, edit the file, put the new value, save, disconnect, connect to the new one. So I did the CI jobs to automate that. But now I just need to update to hash values here and here and do a single commit, and that would do the deployment. So yeah, maybe. Or I could just use the UI that they've just built in the pipelines, like create a new pipeline, fill in these two things, and that would create a single upgrade. Like actually. So, okay, there are multiple ways. Maybe I'm just overthinking this. I think this is going to be okay. And for the manual migration, I don't even know, to be honest. Like what I could do is I could completely avoid manual migrations because those are tricky. I don't like those. I can do everything through Liquibase. And I can automate Liquibase upgrades with init containers. Probably this is something I should do. It should be relatively easy. Like, wait, where is it? Stateful set. Here we updated data, but I could create another init container that will execute the migration against the corresponding database. So if it's a login server, it will execute the migrations for the login server. If it's the world, it will execute against the world database server. That could be an option, yeah. And I am just not gonna touch the database at all. Let's do that. Let's do that. It's just, I was, to be honest, just afraid of automatically running any migrations. But that would actually solve all the problems. I wouldn't have to do anything. I can just create a release and let it do all the job. I'm having all the backups already, so that's not a problem. I can even create a CI job to create a backup on demand from my GitLab. Let's write that down. So what do I want? I need to create a GitLab CI job to backup the databases on demand. Because right now they're just running on cron. Okay. But yeah, my release process could look like that. I just put the server in the maintenance mode, let it do its job, like shut down everything properly, disconnect all the players. At that point, I can create a database backup, even though the servers are still connected to the database. It's just they're not going to do anything. So we create the backup. Then I just create a new deployment. Let's say if I need both the Ymirheim server and the game data to be updated, I just create a deployment with these two hashes, and it will do everything automatically. So I think that's the way to go. So I need to write down another thing. So this is create a Liquibase migration init containers that run the migrations automatically before the login and the world server start up. Okay. But okay, at least now I know what to do. And then I don't even need this. It will be just a single release. It will restart everything. And it will be super quick. Like my current release times are like probably 15-20 minutes. If I'm doing some manual migrations, that's more like 30-40-50 minutes. But yeah, we need to get rid of the manual migrations. Because, again, I'm preparing them ahead of time and testing the queries ahead of time. Might as well just put those queries into Liquibase and we're good. I don't know why I'm not doing that. And then, yeah, I can just push a button, it will do the upgrade, and it will be almost instant. Okay. So, yeah, we have a plan. I need to go to sleep. Let's see, can we rate somebody? Let's rate 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂. Not even sure how to pronounce his name properly. But yeah. It's a fellow player. So let's do that. It's been a while since I had a chance to read him. So yeah, that's gonna be it for today. I really need to go to sleep. But yeah, we figured out a lot of things today. Even though I'm not glad that I had to, like, I get stuck with these automatic deployments. That was really weird. But yeah, that actually works now. And I also created the single 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂 thing. Don't even know where is it. But yeah, I did create that. And we figured out how to do the upgrades. We just need to like test it more, I guess. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today. I will probably be back tomorrow, but I'm not sure. Tomorrow actually starts my normal working day. My vacation is over, so we will see. But still, probably I will be back tomorrow. So yeah, thank you everybody for watching, and have a nice rest of the day. Bye bye.